toda a questão do equilíbrio climático. 2017 essa meta se consolida.
In 2017, this goal was consolidated as a part of a public policy through the ProVeg decree. So even with Brazil's review of its NDC and the removal of the 12 million and how we would fulfill our goal, this was never completely removed from the Brazilian commitments, but it was restarted. But from the legal point of view, it has existed since 2017. And this is just an introduction to tell you where we are in this restart of the political commitment with a lot more intensity, or intensity like never before. We are talking about at least 12 million, but we'll have some conversations here that will show that 12 million is a horizon, but it is not necessarily an objective that is written in stone. It is under construction, and as the Brazilian society, private tech sector, national and subnational governments, we should go beyond. I will very briefly talk about ProVeg, the decree to restore national vegetation. We cannot imagine that 12 million or more will be carried out without joint efforts on several fronts. So these are some of the ministries and linked organizations related to ProVeg. But beyond governments, the civil society has an important role and brings a global perspective to this. I don't think this was my presentation, but never mind. So before we involve other players that can be and should be here with us, I'm going to quickly do a round of introductions. First, my colleague, Garo Batmani, who is the leader of the Brazilian Forest Service, which is one of the main partners in the implementation of this agenda. Yara Vasco, Director of Forest Management from ICMBio, and also responsible for conservation units. Paulista Bianco, who is the President of International Conservation and a long-time partner of us, supporting public policy along with Miguel, but also a specific project. So the panel has two moments. We'll talk about the policy, we'll talk about ProVeg, PlanaVeg, and then in the second part, we're going to deep dive in the Amazon. We'll have Secretary Mauro Almeida, Secretary for the State of Pará, and Mauro Almeida, Environment Secretary for Acre, and others who will talk a little bit about the Amazon reality. I won't use my slides. I will quickly talk about the policy and I will start with the questions so that we can take this debate ahead. From the commitment that was reassumed, we realized that without rebuilding the public-private governance that would allow us to draw a strategic route and the 2030 goal of 12 million hectares, we had to reorganize all these voices, ministries, but linked institutions, civil society, and traditional communities. So the recreation of CONAVEG, which is the National Commission for the Recovery of Native Vegetation, was our first big mission. And with great joy, we had our first meeting on the 28th of November with the presence of 7 ministry and the linked institutions, and especially with the presence of the civil society. Each one of these civil society entities came with the endorsement of a network. For example, the Alliance for the Restoration of the Amazon, the Covenant for the Restoration of Mata Atlântica. So each one of the biomes and their networks that never stopped working were there. And that happened at a moment when the government wasn't leading. So these networks are now represented in the Commission, which makes the Commission stronger, stronger than ever. So this first meeting organizes a collective construction because beyond being a deliberative commission, we want it to be the axis from which we're going to co-construct the restart of this public policy. And when I say the restart, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It just needs to be catalyzed in terms of investments, efforts, and the civil society, government efforts. These arrangements should allow us to speak in a more aligned way so that results are optimized as well. And in this sense, we organize three large fronts that are joining the civil society's voice with the remaining voices, and that will allow communication to be more integrated. So first, we have a group of spatial intelligence, communication intelligence, and group intelligence. So we need to communicate to society how this commitment was thought of, what are the data behind it, what the priorities of implementation are, and how this is monitored and results are shown, what the track is that we're taking. We have just published some results with INPE, Terra Class, which is the instrument through which the Brazilian government is going to report its success. And we have just reached results on secondary vegetation baseline in the country. Secondary vegetation is identified in places where there was deforestation and there was a restoration. This is based on a Conan resolution from 98, I believe. And the monitoring of the secondary vegetation and understand how this secondary vegetation is being grown and publishing this data is really important. So the system will be completely launched with all the layers and decisions behind it soon. Several government organs or several government bodies will coordinate this tool so that it is a nationwide platform that dialogues with the private sector and the initiatives that are happening everywhere. 12 million hectares is not just a public goal, it's a countrywide goal, so it combines several actions. One of the theme chambers for CONAVEG, which is this commission, will help organize the territorial intelligence, will help decision making around this, and will allow us to launch in May next year the monitoring system, Terra Class, that will feed on a lot of these bases. And this will require a covenant amongst all of us. The second front has to do with the financing of the reforestation. This goes through several positive announcements that we've had here in the COP, a lot of which were built along with the Ministry of Environment. Yesterday, we had the president of the National Development Bank, Aloysio Mercadante, bringing good news that 450 million will be invested in restoration so that we can contain the possibility of a non-recovery of certain areas. And there are several other announcements from other funds and bid notices. We have the Predictive Forest, which is a partnership between the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry for Agricultural Development that is trying to establish family agriculture initiatives. So there are several things going on. The important thing about this front is that it doesn't just rely on international cooperation. It will dialogue with the Ministry of Finance, the carbon market. So the theme chamber that looks at investments will update Plan of Act for 2023 and bring a continuity perspective whereby you will have the bid notices, but you also rely on rural credit, carbon credits, etc., to make this front stronger. And finally, the third front, which is focused on arrangements, which is a combination of institutionality, legal aspects, finances, and mechanisms that will allow us to advance in some fronts that are more strategic and more collective. The implementation of the Forest Code is a sine qua non condition. This is an arrangement that goes through a number of aspects. For example, conservation units, we're going to talk about that, but several aspects need to be better organized and catalyzed because we are advancing, but whether or not we can organize and catalyze 4 or 5 of these arrangements will depend on how quickly we'll go and will destine the flow of investments better. We have a technical chamber thinking about this, and in May 2024, we are going to publish our results. But it's not just these chambers, it's not CONAVEG, it is the civil society, the ministries, and all the linked institutions thinking together and advancing. I would like now to ask each of the guests of this panel to talk a little bit about not just the perspective of the body or sector that you're representing here, but also talk about this moment of review and recovery and how we can accelerate someone working. What's going on? Sorry, I apologize. So you have 5 to 7 minutes. We don't hear the speaker. He's not speaking on the mic, or the mic's not on.
Is it on now?
It is on now. Thank you for the introduction. I would like to start with 2 points to contextualize you. The first point is what we're talking in terms of restoration. It is understood, but I just wanted to make it clear. When we talk about restoration or forest recovery, we're talking about 3 modes. One are the areas that are already naturally being recovered, and this is recovery as well. And in this case, what we have to do is to identify these areas and people who will commit themselves to monitor these areas, because sometimes these are areas that are cut every 5 years for recovering the soil, but we need to guarantee that that doesn't happen. Then we have other types, which are ecosystem services within national parks, for example. And the third type is what we call productive recovery, which is when you use native species and you gather several of these species which are part of the forest anyway, but that can generate employment and opportunities for the people around that area. So these are three different recovery modes, and the investments, the rules for support, these are all different depending on the mode. This is one thing. A second thing I'd like to mention is who pays for it? Where does the money come from? Because we're making a plan, but the Escolhas Institute says it costs about 25 million per hectare. Mombach says it costs 16,000 if you use seeds, for example. Now, if you use the first option, which is natural regeneration, you just have to protect that area. And that, for example, would require costs to surround it with a hedge or something. So if you multiply that for 12 million, each one of these modes will cost a lot more money than we have in our budgets. So we need to think, where is this money coming from? Who is going to cover these costs? We have a plan and we need to provide the conditions for this to happen because not everything is going to be paid by us or the BNDES, the National Development Bank. So I'm going to talk about where we want to work and where we are working. We're firstly working with ICMBio in conservation units, which are not for collective use. They're not what we call RESEX or areas of collective use. We are working with forest concessions. We will open up a bid notice and we work on the technical side. BNDES works on the finance side, and a company will win this tender to plant new trees and they will receive the carbon credit. So they will plant trees that could be part of a forest management in the medium term. They have to be native trees, but well, this is a way. Of course, we have to spend organizing and monitoring after, but this is the state investment. Now, the private sector will plant and carry out the activities of the concession itself. A second initiative that will happen in national parks, for example, would be the second option, which is just focused on carbon because they won't be able to use their resources. Now, the complexity is in RESEX and RDS, or lands of collective use. I'll give you an example. The extractivist reserve Chico Mendes needs to recover 70,000 hectares. We cannot offer a concession there, so we need to think what we're going to do to support them and promote communities. But in the medium term, the community will then have a revenue that is based on this. So we need to treat this as an investment. Maybe there will be an option of blended finance that requires a donation at the beginning, but with time, maybe an interest will be paid. Something like that has to happen because we won't be able to do that. And when I say the state cannot cover this, that is because the ICMBio has already identified 1.2 million hectares that need to be reforested within conservation units that are the responsibility of the federal government. Not all of them are conservation units, but here you go. So we started with this program within the logic of the Plana VEG, offering concessions, firstly in the Amazon and then in other areas such as the Brazilian savanna or Cerrado. The second line of work of the Forest Service is focused on environmental licensing because permanent protection areas and legal reservations, whenever they were deforested, they need to be recovered. So we are now focusing in permanent protection areas first, because permanent protection areas cannot be compensated. You can compensate areas of collective use. There are a number of mechanisms, but there is no way out for the permanent protection area, or APP in the Portuguese acronym. And we know that APPs have a role of adaptation for the climate, because if we work on these areas where you have, for example, streams, or they will, for example, help keeping the water flow, improving erosion. So a first step, and you will hear more about this during the COP, is to focus on areas where you have a lot of debt, so to say, in the Cerrado, in the Brazilian savannah, where you have loads of water basins. The Cerrado is the cradle of waters in Brazil. The majority of rivers that go through the Amazon, Xingu, Tapajós, and other rivers, they all start in the Cerrado. Paraíba, São Francisco, Araguaia, São Francisco, they all start in the Cerrado. So if we start investing there first, of course we need to invest everywhere, but if we start with the blocks where we don't have permanent protection areas, but have water basins, perhaps we should work there first. Where is the Forest Service and the Ministry of Environment will work? We won't work paying landowners to do this. It's their responsibility. They deforested it in the first place. But farmers don't understand that. They know how to plant soy, they know how to plant cotton, but they don't know how to manage trees or plant trees. So we will help creating a structure for this production chain, so that we can foster the forest recovery. Someone has to collect seeds if we're going to have a nursery. If you will rely on just spreading seeds, you need to be taught that. And this generates a lot of employment for women and for local communities. We are not going to collect seeds, they are. But sometimes you need technical assistance, how to collect, where to collect. You don't want to, for example, you need to know how you're going to keep the seeds. Sometimes even to sell the seeds, there are rules that make no sense. There are rules for agricultural products. For example, seeds have to be sold with a sanitation level that would only make sense for, I don't know, rice seeds or soy seeds, but not native vegetation. So we need to help creating a base for this, and then communities can organize themselves around that. And then landowners will be able to work with them. We are also starting a conversation with some official banks so that they can create specific credit lines, because the majority of the credit lines are focused on the agricultural production and not recovery. And if you are indebted, and if you want a loan, you will need to show your car or your license. So we need to work with other institutions, we need to work with NGOs in order to create these production chains where restoration is the summit of a process that started way before. If you want to plant in the Cerrado, you need to work where people know where these seeds are. Where it's public, we will offer a concession. Where it's public and private, we will promote so that the community can work together and have an income, and where we depend on policy, will create the basis of this chain to stimulate landowners to carry out the restoration while reducing costs and generating employment in the rural area. Thank you. That is why one of the co-leaders of this institutional arrangement chamber is the Forest Restoration Institute, because you bring it with a lot of clarity. Yara, please. I would like you to talk about restoration based on all the modes that Carlos brought about. And restoration generates impacts. So it will impact, for example, on climate safety, conservation of biodiversity, water conservation. So the ecologic goal goes through social impacts as well. So I would like to hear you and understand how this area that is so important to the ICMBio and to all of us happens under your institution. Thank you, Fabiola. Good morning to everyone. The Chico Mendes Institute of the Conservation of Biodiversity is the Brazilian agency responsible for managing conservation units under the federal government. Currently, we have a 9% of protective area, 10% of continental area, and 26% of marine area. And in this context, we try to add to the CONAVEG efforts, which is one of the priorities of this government, and we know this. The commitment was ratified, as Fabiola already mentioned. So how the Chico Mendes Institute, or ICMBio, adds to the efforts of these large arrangements to channel these flows. Nadio already talked a little bit about the strategy and how we work with the Brazilian Forest Service, and how important it is to restore the forest in order to restore basic ecosystemic services that were harmed during the deforestation processes that were accelerated in the past few years due to omission and incentive to policies that were not favorable to the maintenance of biodiversity and ecosystemic services. So our priority at the moment is to plan these actions, to try and understand how we're going to work together and combine these multiple and diverse actions. Garo mentioned the possibilities that are being analyzed and putting into practice. And in the scope of conservation units, and in seeking broader landscape units, we are now planning a large workshop for all biomes. We are, of course, committed to the Amazon biome, and we have goals to create conservation units there. But in order to work in this perspective of broader horizons, we work through the mechanism of conservation units, trying to identify protected areas that could be part of this mosaic and ecological corridors to connect these areas.
So in this process, restoration is essential to reestablish the connectivity between the areas. So we are organizing ourselves and preparing ourselves based on this perspective so that we can identify these areas, prioritize points and then create different arrangements in partnership with state governments, municipal governments, civil society, traditional peoples and communities. We have a good partnership with FUNAI to work the integrated management of indigenous lands and conservation units. We have a very complex system for that. We have overlap of many areas, and this is how we try to create these combinations so that the restoration process from natural, productive, or ecological regeneration could become a part of this planning process. So I think this is the key message I wanted to share with you from Instituto Chico Mendes, which is joining the federal government in its efforts to work on all spheres needed to be contemplated to do that, keeping the governance of these landscapes in a broader scale. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Fabiola. Thank you, Yara. It's very important. The National System of Conservation Units includes the preservation of degraded areas. And this week, we've been talking to managers of many of these conservation units because beyond the management plan, we also have the restoration plan. So there are many layers uh, before we reach this very necessary layer of interconnectivity. And the good news is that the National Development Bank issued an initiative of fostering these initiatives. So we're bringing these arrangements to funding mechanisms and public policies in a more consistent way. Mauricio is a great partner in many projects. One is the Sustainable Landscape Project, but not only, there are also other projects and some projects that are helping leverage public policies and but it's much more than that. Civil society has progressed immensely in recent years in these agendas and these global agreements and local agreements and partnership with the government and now working with the government. So could you please in 5 minutes give us um, an idea of all these layers and how this works? Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the panel. It's easy to speak after what has already been said, which has been very helpful, but it's important to remember that the perspective we bring is climatic, includes biodiversity and social economical aspects when we think of civil society. So this has to be clear because when we think of restoration in all these layers, this is what we are trying to do. And I think the challenge we face in our policies is just this articulation and the great objective and what should be pursued at all costs is joining efforts because we're talking about increasing the scale of restoration. And without this union, without joining efforts, it just won't happen. So I think this is probably the big challenge. Garo talked a bit about the costs of restoration and who's going to be funding that. But from the commercial point of view, we see that the private sector is getting involved. And I'm not saying it's easy to get funding, but to ensure the permanence, which I think is equally important, because it's no use start doing things, start restoring, and then you cannot maintain it. It wouldn't make sense. So from the perspective of civil society, I think 2 or 3 years ago, we noticed that there was and there is in some organizations a restoration strategy that they were isolated. Companies were not exchanging information. And that's when we decided to launch this initiative of creating an alliance, which is about gathering efforts, and I'm talking about international conservation, WWF, and other players, who started looking at it jointly. But it goes really beyond that, because when we talk about having a look at the situation, we include looking at what's happening in the Amazon, in the Brazilian savannah, in the Rainforest Pact. So there is a huge number of institutions that are involved in that. So we looked at what they were already doing, what was already there, and going beyond it. And how can we make this real? Within the scope of the integrated restoration project of the JEF, we approved the project for Brazil, and we are designing it with the Ministry of the Environment, so it becomes a reality. These collectives gain scale, and so we can put our strategies into practice and work with a great integration. I think integration is a key word here. And from the perspective of our institution, we've been working with the states of Pará, Amazonas, Acre, and Rondônia. There are different scales. Pará, for example, launched its plan yesterday. It was a direct contribution, and it's important to have this conversation. I think this aspect of the National Plan for the Recovery of Native Vegetation has to do that, and we know that the state of Acre is going in the same direction, even though it's at a different stage. So what I mean is we should work with networks. This is a big opportunity that presents itself. But I would go beyond that. We need to have dialogues and with the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply. And you need to promote integration to make things happen. And there's a lot to be done, definitely, but let's do it. And then connect the initiative to other policies. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm going to wrap up here because we have those time constraints. Yeah, the good news is that CONAVAG gathers many institutions. One of them is the Ministry of Agriculture. But your message is important because building this takes time, but it makes the process much more robust and long-lasting. Now we're moving to the second part of our panel, because we're talking about this biome present in 2 states that we are discussing here. And the project we have been discussing, they have been working in conservation and restoration with connection between these 2 aspects to effectively be able to move forward in this proposal of sustainable landscapes. So the states of Acre, Pará, Amazonas, and Rondônia are the 4 states involved. And I'm not sure if we should take a small break just to change microphones. But for now, I'd like to thank the panelists and ask you to remain in the room for the second part of the session. So now I'm going to call Secretary of Environment of the State of Pará, Mário de Almeida. André is representing the Secretary for the Environment and Indigenous Peoples. Of the state of Acre.
Alô, alô, agora sim, muito bem.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. So we each one of you will have 3 to 4 minutes, so I won't uh, be long in the introduction because they will need the room for the next session. So I will start from you, Secretary Mauro de Almeida. I would like you to bring this reflection of the effects of this initiative to Brazil, to the Amazon, and to the world. Good morning. Thank you very much, Fabiola. First of all, I apologize for being late. I couldn't make it on time, but we're staying a bit far from here, and it was a bit complicated to get in the building, so it's difficult to make it here at 9. And maybe we could have fewer panels so that we could be here longer. I think this could be a lesson learned when we prepare the COP13 Belém. I didn't fly all the way from Belém to Dubai to speak for 3 minutes. And I think I've used 1.5 minutes of the time I had. Well, yesterday we launched the plan for the recovery of native vegetation with the people present here, and something that is very important to us that was part of the Amazon Now plan and other plans is the the great thing about what the plan launched yesterday is how it was built, how we listened to the civil society. We had a work group where many representatives of civil society, indigenous peoples, and other areas of civil society. So this is what we like to see. This is what makes our work pleasant. And I think yesterday, in the second part, which was the technical part of the panel, you heard what quilombolas had to say, and they feel empowered by our way of doing things. And the second aspect is that this is a plan for social and economic transformation. So focusing on food security, income, we make sure that we include the human element and eradication of poverty, and of course, preserving native vegetation, encourage green jobs, and also some conservation elements we already had in other plans, which is the plan against deforestation and our plan for the forest. Another aspect I'd like to remember is that in the last year, in those dark ages, we had to do what we could. So states learned to make do with what they had. So the idea now is to interact with the federal government. Yesterday, President Lula said something that really moved me when he had the meeting with representatives of the civil society. He said, you are protesting against that is someone who's on your side, but we don't have a majority in Congress. And he was discussing how votes happen there. So you have to participate. We have to win the election for Congress people, for Congress. So these are political aspects, but they need to be integrated to that. We went through this dark period that almost destroyed many institutions, many environmental institutions. Now it's time to join forces. We don't want to play a central role for the sake of it. We just want to be just like traditional communities, quilombolas, and the civil society. We want to be heard and participate in this joint construction process. Yesterday, the president of the Brazilian Development Bank participated in our panel, and he said, "What I'm telling you is what I tell every state: get to work." You seem to have plans for everything, which is great, and he was willing to fund the projects we presented. The plans are ready. We know how much they cost, so let's work and make things happen together, along with the Ministry of the Environment, ICMBio. You, one of the pioneers of the creation of the restoration plan, you know exactly what I'm saying. And we know how we have to work in cooperation. But for that, we have to disarm many people, get rid of vanity. I'm sorry to be speaking like this, but I heard yesterday, for example, that it was a mistake to have the COP in Belém. It's not possible that you can find a Brazilian who's not willing to have a COP in Brazil, in the Amazon. It's time to show people what real Brazil looks like. It's not the Brazil of São Paulo, of the Southeast. No, it's the Amazon, is what really matters to the world geopolitical context. So, what I mean is that we need to get together and make ourselves heard as a forest, as conservation units, with the rural environmental registration, with the land environmental ordinance. So, and we need to do it, and we will do it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mauro. We will have to show a lot of results to society in 2025. Without a pact with the federal government, we won't be able to move forward. CISAMA needs to be recovered. The system we have, it needs to be strengthened and be included in this discussion. And Brazil is made up of all these layers, and they have to be integrated. Otherwise, not only will it not get results, but we'll be moving backwards, which is not what we want to do. Okay, tell us a bit about the state of Acre. Now we have the room for ourselves after what Mauro said. Well, it makes a lot of sense. Now we have the room. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Well, I'm André Feliciotti. I'm a forest engineer, and I'm Secretary of the Environmental Division of the State of Acre. I'm here representing Secretary Julie Messias. And I'd like to talk about some challenges, thinking about this restoration chain and everything we've been discussing here. And I think the opportunity that the federal government now has is to listen to states and have this joint effort with members of the committee to for the control of illegal deforestation. And because we had similar initiatives before, but states didn't really have a say. So now we need to consider the different contexts and regions, which is what is being done now. So now the federal government opened this opportunity to have this joint effort with other actors and with different states, which shows a much more favorable scenario for the development of a strategy to recover these areas. And the state of Acre in 2016 or 17 adopted the strategy of restoration with a project. So we set up a number of decrees, laws, and other regulations to create a project. And we started discussing restoration based on this program. And now we've been looking at different ways of doing that, especially thinking about family farmers and all the projects developed under the scope of this plan benefit this type of people, and we have funding to have productive reforestation and restoration, especially in legal reserves. We do that with arrangements that bring financial return, and we realize that this should be a priority to make it appealing, including finances, including the economy, because there's very little adhesion. And we've been reaching good results. There are areas that have this implemented for more than a year and are already reaping the products grown there. And a new strategy for state conservation units is to have ecological forest restoration, including people who live in these areas, and involve them in restoration efforts with the possibility of paying them. And in our state, we have always including this financial aspect, showing the value, showing how expensive it is to restore forests. So the price per hectare has been going up even in a few years. So the ideal situation would be not to have deforestation. And there was a state decree published this week that defines the state plan for recovery of native vegetation. And we designed a strategy for this plan in our state. Is different from what Pará does. We structured one work group that came up with a document that was issued and included the need for a state to also have a state plan for the recovery of native vegetation. The decree was published this week, as I said before, and now we're going to have our own state plan for that. And we're also creating the seed network. And I just try to give you an idea of what is being done there and show you a bit of what Acre is doing for forest restoration. Thank you. Well, we have a few more minutes. Thank you, Minister, for accepting the invitation, because it's good to know the situation in Mato Grosso and also the data from the Forest Observatory. It's something that motivates these policies, and we always talk about the great demand in this area, but we know that your state, Mato Grosso, is very strategic in this agenda. What can you tell us about the situation there? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Fabiola, for the invitation. I work at the Centro de Vida Institute, or Center for Life. I'll try to describe our activities in these 5 minutes. We've been around for 32 years. We're a member of the board of the Forest Observatory, and I work with territory intelligence. So spatial planning, monitoring is what we do in the state of Mato Grosso. And the way we do that is looking at the territory to prioritize restoration areas and projects for green corridors. So our state has had since 2008, 2009, many restoration initiatives in its 3 biomes. We are the only state that has Amazon, the Brazilian savanna, and Pantanal. And we also had the Xingu seed network, the Amazon portal seed network. And what we want to do is to give these initiatives some scale. And we are talking about 200,000 hectares. And in the current system, 22,000 hectares. But we know we're far from the goal, considering the amount of degraded areas we have. So recently, ICV, WRI, Amazon, and the Environmental Secretary organized a workshop for restoring native vegetation in the state, aiming at consolidating these guidelines so that our state could follow in your footsteps and restore its native vegetation. This is exactly the moment we're going through. The workshop was held a month ago, and now we set up a work group. And the plan is one of the ways by which we can catalyze this initiative and also build capacity. And I have colleagues who are forestry engineers, just like me, and sometimes you have situations where people do not adhere to the plan because they're not sure about the technique that is going to be adopted. So we must strengthen the restoration chain and make sure that funds reach the states. This is something important. So that's the situation now of our state. And the environmental secretary representatives are not here in this room, but they're here in the conference, and they're participating in that. And also, I'd like to mention that civil society is a strategic partner, and I brought some of these notebooks and some pens of our event, and we're going to hand them out. Thank you.
So today we have 2.9 million that were structured since the strategy of 2015, 1 million in APP and 1.9 in legal reserves. But we need to update that and understand what's already been restored and what needs to receive more active restoration efforts. This is the scene at the moment. We have 5.6 up 2030 and 4.3 up 2035 if we have technical support. This is our goal. Well, everyone, I wanted to thank you because I just wanted to show you the importance of the Amazon, not just in figures, but if we sum these goals, we are reaching nearly 9 million hectares, but that is because the Amazon is not just all these hectares that we're talking about, it goes beyond. But there are doubts on whether the national policy is covering all biomes. And it is there, indeed, to optimize what each biome has to offer and to deliver a great country project and a great global project. It is not out of nowhere that we are listening about reforestation in this event as a minimum measure to contain the climate emergency. But there has to be summed up to other fronts and to all the other issues related to energy mix. The reforestation agenda is central in the climate agenda, but it won't resolve the problem by itself. I wanted to leave this message because this is a commitment that belongs to all of us. This needs to be reinforced seriously because we have no more time to think and to push ahead. We need to act and work together. So thank you very much, all the panelists that were here, the first part of the panel, the second part of the panel, states of Pará, Acre, and Mato Grosso. But of course, you are representing much more than that. You're representing a biome, and that's it. Thank you very much, you all, for being here.
Oi. Oi. Ok.
Todo mundo. Bom, então, acho que ela quer que você teste o microfone. Oi. Acho que tem que. Alô? Acho que tem que mais. Alô?
Tá muito baixo.
Subiu o
Nossa, o
volume.
meu tá bem
Oi, oi.
alto.
Agora foi.
A gente não pode falar ao mesmo tempo, né? Tem que ficar
So
silêncio.
working? Yes.
Bom dia a todas e a alguns.
Good morning
Bem-vindas,
to all of you. Welcome
bem-vindas a todas as pessoas que estão
all of those who are here. This is the panel Women for Climate Justice, a panel that has been proposed in a partnership with the National Front of Mayors, Alziras Institute, Perifa Sustentável, and the periphery sector of the Ministry of Cities. The Federal Congresswoman, Chiquiri Neves, who was going to moderate this panel, had a problem to come in, and the mayor of Cobija is also arriving. So we're going to start. I'm Michele Teher, and I am one of the founders of the Alziras Institute. And before we offer the floor to our panelists, I would like to invite Daniel Miranda, coordinator of the institutional matters of the National Front of Mayors. This panel was only possible because the front opened up the space to us to bring the women's perspective to the debate. So I'd like to invite Daniel for this and thank him publicly for the partnership and availability for opening spaces to show other perspectives for the theme of climate justice. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Michele, and all of the panelists for being here. After 34 years as being a part of the front, the National Front of Mayors, which is a municipal entity founded in 1979 by the then mayor, Luisa Erundina, and after 34 years as a National Front of Mayors, this week the front has changed its name to the National Front of Female and Male Mayors. We changed our logo, trying to bring light to this discussion and this historical inequality. Michele and all of you here know that women are above 50% of the population, but only 12% of our municipalities have women mayors. If we take into consideration Black women, the figures are even worse. So in an institutional attempt of making that clear and bringing light to that, we changed the name of the front. So Michele, please feel at ease, and all of the ladies here, please, we are looking forward to listening to your voices, and it's a pleasure to have a partnership with your powerful organizations. Thank you, Danielle. I just wanted to start by reminding you that next year we have an election year, and Brazil was the first country in Latin America to have a woman in a public service, the first mayor, the first female mayor in the history of Latin America was Brazilian. And to the present day, only 12% of municipalities are mayors and only 4% are Black women. Only 2 capitals have women as mayors, 2 governors are women. Only 2% of municipal congresses have women in them. So we need to broaden this presence, and we also need to cover women in their diversity. And I hope that we could elect more women that are committed to the democracy, to our agenda, to human rights, to sustainable development, so that we can democratize power in Brazil. This is not an identity issue. We're talking about democracy here. And strengthening the Brazilian democracy is not just facing authoritarian postures, but also opening up spaces for other voices. so that they can make decisions on the public policies that affects the majority of the Brazilian population. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank the National Front of Women and Men Mayors. And I will start offering the floor to Raquel Tupinambá. And I'd like to thank you very much for being here. We are very happy to have you here. Raquel is the General Cacica of the Tupinambá people of the Tapajós. She's an anthropologist, biologist, and a PhD student in environmental education. Raquel, welcome. You have the floor. Inaekonema, Sianamaita, Iningatu. This is a good morning greeting, and how are you? As an indigenous Amazon woman, I would like to talk about indigenous women. And I'll start saying that strengthening and disseminating the cosmovision of indigenous peoples of the Amazon is an essential thing to face climate change that is affecting all of us. As we all know, the largest and most diverse tropical forest in the world is also the result of the action of the native peoples of the forest. And this process was initiated when the Amazon was occupied 15,000 years ago. So the management and domestication processes of plants and soil took place 5 to 2,000 years ago. So as we well know, women have an essential role in indigenous cultures, producing food and producing what people feed from. So women on the day-to-day are working on the plantations, and certainly they have an essential role in the process of technology and science of the indigenous Amazon. In the process of plant domestication, at least 150 plants were domesticated, and we have anthropogenic soils, which are called black soil, indigenous black soils that were produced by human interaction and are very rich soils. So I have no doubt that women were ahead in these processes, and they carry on having this role. So as women, I would like to remind you that indigenous women in Brazil and in other colonized countries were the first ones to be impacted by colonization. It is very common in my country to hear stories of some women saying, my great-grandmother was indigenous and it was taken by men with dogs. A lot of these women were raped, and the process of miscegenation was forced upon us. So these were the first humans that felt in their own skin how colonization took place. And it is no different with climate emergencies. Women are deeply impacted by these processes, knowing that women don't just produce food in our communities, but also manage the family, manage the people. So I just wanted to share what we are living through today. With the climate emergency, our territories have lost their agrobiodiversity. A lot of Amazon plants, for those who know, are suffering with the drought. A lot of plants that are cultivated in our roças or our plantations end up dying, which could consequently lead to a food security emergency. We are also living through the pressure of territory destructions, which deeply affects women. Violence is a problem, and I'd like to mention especially illegal mining, because beyond the violence, illegal mining is one of the main problems causing diseases, causing mercury infection because mercury is thrown in the water, and fish that eat from those waters end up incorporating methyl mercury, and women end up transmitting this mercury to babies through breastfeeding. So a lot of women from the region of Tapajós suffer with illegal mining, and these women are worried about getting pregnant and having babies because there is a huge risk for babies to be born sick or present diseases along their lives because the mercury is also transmitted via the placenta. So there are several problems deriving from the destruction of our territories. So it is incredibly necessary to demarcate indigenous land so that us women and us indigenous peoples have conditions to live in our own ways with more dignity. So in terms of facing climate change, how can we empower indigenous women, knowing that our society is extremely sexist and women are made invisible, they are made to believe they are inferior, and their bodies are objectified? So how can we empower women in these processes? And thinking about indigenous women and the fight against climate change, we have been working with food production and healthy food production. We know food doesn't just feed the body to make us full, but also it is a source of health. So we have been thinking about how to produce food based on our knowledge of the territories and using women who have always done this. And it is important to think about public policies and how municipalities, subnational and national governments can focus on women for food production, considering that these peoples need to have their culture strengthened and their food security guaranteed. We hear a lot about reforestation and net zero deforestation. So how is it possible to reach these goals? The federal government has launched a project to reforest the Amazon, whereby more than 20 million hectares will be reforested. And we ask ourselves, what is the focus there on women? Knowing that women have always been responsible for keeping a standing forest. So there should be a public policy focused on indigenous women, Black women who live in these territories. They need to be included in these projects so that this happens on the field, on the ground. Just to conclude, I wanted to also say that we need to strengthen the indigenous perspective because we have always seen as inferior, as those who have to change, as those whose culture was seen as a poor culture or non-human. So why do we have to strengthen these cultures? We must remember that our lives are connected to territories, but human lives, not just ours, are at risk with climate change, and forests are essential for us to remain alive. Without forests, indigenous peoples will suffer, but the whole of humanity will also suffer. That's why we understand that a strengthening of our livelihoods, of our knowledge, is essential to face climate change. We have also seen that the standing forest remains where there are indigenous reservations and conservation units in the case of the Amazon. This is the space where indigenous peoples live. So if there are indigenous peoples there. We have standing forests. And this role needs to be remembered. We have been maintaining the water and the lives of other beings in this planet. This is my message to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Raquel. Raquel definitely brings an important message. We need to think about the foundation of our country. Brazil becomes a country by taking indigenous peoples away from their territories, and these indigenous women were violated, and that's how our country was originated. This is how structural racism was born, and that's why we need to guarantee their livelihoods so as to change this and guarantee life. We have to organize ourselves, thinking that women are not just victims of climate emergencies, but they are also part of the solutions. So we need to listen and consider women in the land distribution, in the resource allocation, so that women can be a part of the solution. I will now offer the floor to Amanda. Amanda is a climate advocate, and she's part of the UN Green Compact, and she is the presenter of Tem Clima para Isso, or Is There a Climate for This, which is a podcast. She was graduated in Foreign Affairs. She was recognized as a leader under 30 by Forbes magazine. She also won Top Voices Creator and is part of the Global Shapers, a group under the IMF. She was part of COP23 in Germany, COP24, 26, 27, and is now again at COP28 in Dubai on behalf of Black Voices for Climate. Thank you, Amanda, for being here. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before starting, just a quick one. I am feeling like I am on high school, where we were speaking really loudly and the teacher next door would come and knock on the door and say, "You're speaking too loudly. If you can't hear us, please let us know so that the debate can be a bit more inclusive." We know these COP debates are a bit chaotic, but the important thing is that this panel is happening. This represents something very potent. In my first COP in 2017 in Germany, a panel comprised only by women, Black women, indigenous women. This didn't happen. So we can see that society is walking, is moving, but at slow steps. It is not enough to occupy this place only. We have to be in the decision making. And an interesting piece of data is that in this COP, we have 1,400 Brazilians and 60% of the delegates are women. I think this deserves a round of applause. And this shows that we are reaching spaces, but we shouldn't just occupy spaces of dialogue. It is important that we are in decision-making spots. So having this National Front of Women and Men Mayors is such an important initiative, and it's phenomenal. I'd like to start my narrative by sharing a piece of data. In 2023, the conflict map showed that 635 conflicts took place in Brazil, and this was related to the discrimination of ethnic minorities and the degradation of the environment. This is known as environmental racism. Have you ever heard this theme? Environmental racism. This means that environmental degradation affects all of us, but there is ethnic groups and agenda that suffer the most with environmental racism. The thing is, the climate crisis will affect the whole planet, but who are the first ones to die, to have their homes destroyed, to have their territories captured by large multinationals? And this nuisance, this bother started to really bother me. And I created an NGO, Perifa Sustentável, that aims at democratizing this. It is in my community, Brasilândia, where we feel the flooding when it rains in São Paulo. And this is where we lack electricity for 3 or 4 days after a rain. The peripheries already talk about this, but this wasn't heard. And now it is. Perifa Sustentável works with 3 pillars: communication, climate advocacy, and territory transformation actions. The first point, communication. How do we mobilize the youth to talk about environmental racism, climate justice? How can we mobilize in favor of the climate? And we use social networks. We are constantly on our mobile phones, on Facebook, on Instagram. So how can we use this tool to reach these groups with our contents? We have so many bloggers and influencers talking about fashion. Why can't we have these people talking about sustainable fashion, or our rights to food security, or our rights to well-being? So please follow the @Perifa Sustentável to follow our work. Second point, political incidents. It is very important that we work with decision makers and understanding that these representatives are there to represent us. Brazil, unfortunately, is dominated by a small group that represents only a parcel of the population. And what is this parcel? White, heterosexual men who are rich and a lot older. But Brazil is a plural country. It is Black, it is peripheric, it's quilombola, it's indigenous. And we need that these representatives also defend our rights of existing and living. The third pillar is territorial transformational action. We have a project called Clima de Quebrada in a partnership with other institutions, and we are occupying public schools talking about environmental racism and climate change. How can we form the future generations so that they look at this issue? How can we capacity build so that the next decision makers start thinking about green employment, renewable energies, and how we can transform the economy so that we reach a net zero carbon economy? And through Perifa Sustentável, I try to work at the international level and national level. It is important to be in these spaces of exchange and dialogue, but it is also essential to go back to our territories and our communities so we can transform where we come from. And another piece of data I want to share. In São Paulo, 55% of the population that lives in risk areas are Black, and we have 37% Black people in the cities. Black women represent 28% of the population, and 38% are amongst the poorest. So our family breadwinners.
And why am I sharing this data with you? Because we can no longer create public policies without making this discussion racial, to see what is the ethnic group, what is the gender of the people we're talking about when we come up with public policies. So in Brazil and international states where you have technical scientific production, it's important to have racial data for the territory. I'm here at the COP with the group Black Voices for Climate, which is a group made up of 10 environmental leaders from all over Brazil who are fighting for climate justice. We have religious leaders, fishing communities leaders, quilombola leaders, periphery community leaders, and we have published a report that you can download from the internet. It's available both in English and Portuguese, which emphasizes the importance of understanding the reality of the territories where we live and create public policies that are specific to our realities. We can no longer have other people decide and define our world and our reality. We want to have a say. We have the experience, we live the reality, but we also have technical knowledge. Black youth is going to university, and so we can participate in this dialogue. And I would like also to make an invitation, which is to the event that we're having this afternoon here, where we're going to discuss the importance of being present in these spaces, but also understand that COP is a decision-making forum. So we need to be at the negotiation table. We need to strengthen the presence of Black and Indigenous people to bring not only the empirical, but also the technical knowledge that we have. It's now time to be present in these spaces. And to wrap up, I'd like to mention three central aspects that I bring to this conference with the support of the groups I belong to, which is the fact that as a society, we need to define in Brazil first, racialization of data, making data racial. We need to make data racial, to include data in, to include a race in data. So do we have Black people, people who live in fishing communities, in the peripheries? You need to include that. Second point, formulating a national plan to fight racial environmental racism. Environmental racism is a reality, and we need to define public policies both in the national and subnational levels to face this reality. I'm tired of not having electricity for 3 days in my community because of rain. Brazil now is having heat waves, and it's no longer an isolated event. It's our future reality. People say this is not the hottest year in history. This will be the coolest year of the next decades. And so I ask the question, how many lives will be lost due to the lack of action on the part of civil society, private power, and public power? Second, ensure mechanisms of participation, control, and monitoring of the new climate adaptation plan, ensuring parity of gender, territory, and race. I was invited by the Ministry of the Environment to participate in the drafting of the climate change plan, and it's important to have social participation in this plan so that we can participate in how it's created. We want to participate in how public policies are formulated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amanda. It's very good to have here. Oh, these things will be said even if we have to shout them out. And now I'd like to ask dear Congresswoman Socorro Neri for this panel. I know it's a bit difficult to enter the building. There's a bit of confusion outside, but it's good to have you here, Congresswoman.
bom ter você aqui. Bem-vinda, viu? Então, vou passar agora a palavra para a
So now
Sua.
I'll give the floor to Samia.
A Sâmia é coordenadora geral da
who
coordenação de articulação do Departamento de Mitigação e
coordinates
Prevenção de Riscos da
the
Secretaria Nacional de
division
Periferias
of the
e
National
Universidades.
Secretary of Peripheries of the Ministry of
Licenciada em
Cities.
Educação da Universidade Federal do Rio
She
Grande do
teaches
Norte.
at the Federal
Fez
University
licenciatura
of
em Letras e
Rio Grande do
Comunicações,
Norte. She
mestrado em
majored
Gestão e
in
Direção do Sistema
languages and
pós-doc em Planejamento
education, and she has a
Estratégico de Ciências
postdoctorate
Ambientais.
in
Pesquisadora
environmental
do Grupo de Investigação
sciences.
de
She's
Riscos
a
do ambiente
researcher of the
na
Risk
Pesquisa
Management
Centro de
Lab
Desastres no
and
campus da
of
UFRJ.
a disaster
Bem-vinda.
research center. Welcome. The floor is
Bom
yours.
dia aos presentes.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone present here
É uma
and
alegria
online.
estar aqui nesse evento,
It's
representando
a
como mulher
great
a
joy to be
Secretaria
here
Nacional
as a
de
woman who's representing the
é uma
National
secretaria criada
Secretariat
especificamente para a
for
retomada do
the
Ministério das Cidades,
peripheries, and it
uma
was
perspectiva
created this year by the Ministry of
específica de
Cities,
olhar as
and
políticas públicas
it's
territoriais
a very
no
responsible way
contexto
of
da
looking
autonomia
at public policies,
para
considering
contribuir com a
territories
parceria do
and
secretário
taking into consideration the
tecnológicas
power
e
of
periferias são
peripheries
vulnerabilizadas e por
because
isso
they
elas
are
são
made
resistentes à sua
vulnerable
potência. Isso é que
and they
precisa
are very powerful
reconhecer,
because they
ignorar e
resist. That's what we
valorizar.
have to acknowledge and value
E eu
in the
venho
formulation of public
carregando essa
policies.
responsabilidade de
And I have
tornar
a
a
great
tomada
joy,
dessa
but also a great
proposta, desse
responsibility in
projeto,
being here,
bastante significativa,
participating in this
porque
panel.
as
And the
políticas
question asked is very
têm
significant, which is how
as
can
ações, e a agenda, eu
the
venho
situation of
participando
women
disso, fazendo
for
enfrentamento
generations,
e
how have women
potencializando o
been
enfrentamento das mudanças climáticas.
facing
E é muito
climate change?
significativo para mim três
And
pontos dessa questão.
3
O que é
points of
ação
that are
política?
very important. One is
Precisa
political
também
action,
diversificar e olhar os
and
diferentes
we need
contextos e
to
espaços
diversify this and take into
no
consideration
governo
the
que está
different
sendo
contexts
feito
where this
atualmente
action is
no enfrentamento das desigualdades
developed
também,
in
a
facing the
ação política de
difficulties,
mulheres, qual
the
é a
political
perspectiva
action
dessa
of women.
abordagem, o que é a
What is the perspective
representatividade
of
e
this
fortalecimento
approach?
feminino
How
nesses
can you
espaços que estão sendo
strengthen
criados,
women's
esse
representation
fortalecimento de rede, isso a
in
gente
these
precisa também
spaces?
reconhecer e valorizar. E um
We
terceiro
need to
ponto que é ação
acknowledge and
política de
value
mulheres
that.
para o
And
enfrentamento das
another
mudanças
point is the
climáticas.
political action by women to fight climate
Problemática que
change.
vem se intensificando na
This is
atualidade e a
not
gente
a
vem há
new
muito tempo
theme,
discutindo a problemática. A
but
nossa ministra do Meio
we
Ambiente,
have been
Marina
discussing
Silva,
it for a long
tem sido
time. Our Minister for the
muito
Environment,
é,
Marina Silva, is living proof of
várias
that.
defesas têm
We
sido
know
feitas por
how
mulheres,
many activities,
representadas
lots of
por essa
activities have been
mesa,
developed by
que
women
coloca o
in
papel
that
das mulheres no
respect.
seu dia a dia, no seu
So women in
enfrentamento,
their
no
daily
seu local de
activities, in
vida,
their
de
daily
trabalho,
struggles, in their
enquanto líderes
workplaces, in their
espaços de
homes,
tomada de decisão, vem colocando a
in
temática nas suas
decision-making spaces
pautas.
have
Eu
been
queria
made
fazer
uh,
uma fala pouco
present.
diferente,
So I'd like
trazendo um pouco da minha
to say
trajetória
something a bit
pessoal,
different from
para
what was said
mostrar como
before
que a ação política
and talk a bit about
intergeracional
of
das
my
mulheres é
personal
importante de ser
story
valorizada.
to
Não só
illustrate
as
how
mulheres são
the role of
referência para a gente
women
considerar o
should
quanto
be
nós temos um
valued
Estado que precisa conquistar
and
mais, né?
shows
Então,
how
e
much
aí
we
sem
have
falar do campo da
conquered,
educação. E claro, Paulo Freire é uma
and there's still a
referência.
lot to be
Educar
conquered. And I
é
have
política. Quando
to
a gente
talk about education when I talk about my life story.
começa em
As
reconhecimento de
Paulo
identidades, de
Freire,
saberes e
sociologist,
dá meios
used to say,
e benefícios
we
aos
need to give
fatos
people means for
desse
them
fato político. A gente tem que fortalecer o
to
papel dos educadores
conquer their
numa situação
livelihoods.
como esse
And
que a
what
gente
he
está
said
vivendo,
was
espaços abertos
education
também,
is a
e
political
que a gente
act.
coloque o tema e que as pessoas
And we
possam
need to
acessar essa
discuss this
informação de
topic and allow
qualidade
people to
sem
have access to
necessidade
quality
de trazer
information
avanço, né? E eu
so
atuei
that we can move
desde a
forward.
educação básica quanto
And
no ensino superior,
I
formação de professores, com projetos de extensão
worked in teacher training, with children's
várias, e aí
education, with
identificar
civil
como essa
servants and
situação que
schools.
está acontecendo é pulverizada e precisa
And
ser
this
fortalecida.
type of action
Eu
needs to be
expressei
strengthened and become more
terceiro setor
popular.
nas
And I
ações
also have
atuais,
experience in the third
desde a minha
sector.
participação como voluntária
Actually, that's how I got involved in environmental action. So civil society organizations also play a very important role. And we have some examples of how many initiatives are being developed. I was also a consultant in another environmental institute in training of professionals because we need to train and educate decision makers as well. So it's important to understand how these decision-making spaces need to be qualified, and women play a central role in that. And I also have experience with the private sector, and I know how the corporate world is now considering social environmental aspects, and we need to offer training and demand that from them. And I like to talk a lot about my journey because now I am in a place of power, which is the National Secretariat for Peripheries, working with public policies. And this was not just given to me, it was conquered. It was an achievement, and many other women are achieving similar results. And we need to look at territories when we design public policies, look at places that were made vulnerable by gender exclusion, social, racial exclusion. The fact that they are vulnerable is a result of conditions. It was socially built, it segregating people, making people vulnerable. We need to have that clear, and public policies in the work of the Ministry of Cities and Secretariat of Peripheries. I have been considering that. So we have some initiatives like an award and another project that look at the power of peripheral communities. Yes, we have problems that need to be tackled, but we have lots of initiatives like the ones mentioned here of Quilombola, women from rap groups, from fishing communities that are organizing initiatives, and people are surviving in these areas because they have resilience, and that's what we need to recognize, strengthen, and value when we create public policies. We also have a budget to reurbanize slums or favelas, and also to give safe conditions to these populations who face the most dangerous living conditions. And this is going to get worse with extreme environmental events. So we're going to do that to make it environmentally sustainable. It's important to develop that. And now we have a government that takes that into consideration, and it's important to value that and create strategies for intervention and allocation of resources, but also strengthen local initiatives, local leaderships to find climate change, not from the top down, but from the bottom up. But we need public policies to be able to do that. It's a very important element, and it's an honor to be a part of this process to see how these public policies are coming to life, and with more and more social participation, we have many mechanisms that ensure social participation, which is something that helps us identify leaders and empower our work so that fighting climate change is not just something that we do in theory. And President Lula emphasizes that a lot. It's not about coming up with plans. It takes concrete action, And I think this panel is discussing different potentialities which have everything to do with what we've been observing within the work of our secretariat. I don't know if I have any time left, but I would like to say, since this panel has this intergenerational character, I'd like to value the work done by women before us. I had to mention the work of my mom, who was a single mom, and now she sees her daughter in a position of power, discussing these important issues. And I also like to mention Professor Kata Kanyu, who unfortunately left us so early, but shows how this is a collective work and women need to know that. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity and I compliment you all on being part of this process. Thank you.
Eu vou quebrar o protocolo aqui e sair do meu lugar para ceder a
I'm
poltrona
going to
da Ana Lúcia
offer
Reis,
my share
prefeita de
to
Cobija,
Ana Lucia
Bolívia. Cobija é uma cidade que
Reis, who's the mayor of Cobija in Bolivia,
Bolívia com o Brasil no Acre, ali do
the
outro lado
border
da
with
Brasileia,
Brazil
Itaciolândia, então queria chamar ela para complementar.
and near Itacolândia. So
Conseguiu chegar, prefeita, muito
it's a great
obrigada
joy
pela
to
presença.
have you here. I'm happy you were able to make it.
Já que a gente falou tanto de políticas públicas, agora a ideia é a gente poder trazer um pouco a perspectiva
We talk so much about public policies, so now it's important to have the perspective of the federal legislative and a city in the Pan-Amazonic region so that we can discuss public policies from the perspective of climate justice. So now I'll give the floor to Socorro Neri, who has a doctorate in education from the University of Minas Gerais, master's in education from the University of Rio de Janeiro, has a postdoctorate from the University of Acre. She was secretary for the city of Rio Branco, first woman mayor of the capital of Acre, and she was the most voted congresswoman of the state of Acre in 2022. She was the first vice president of the Education Committee. She's a member of the committee that oversees paralyzed public policies, and in April she was voted vice president of the Amazonic Congress. So welcome, Socorro. Thank you for being here with us. The floor is yours. Thank you, Michele. Good morning, everyone.
As integrantes desta mesa.
I'd like to greet all members of this panel, Raquel Tupinambá, Amanda, Samia, and Ana Lúcia. It is a great joy to be here now and be able to share experiences with you. It's experience from the place I come from. I was born in a community of the Tamaracá River amongst rubber tappers in a rubber tapping community, and I would like to say that Michele and with the National Front of Mayors, as a mayor of the capital of my state, I participated in many projects and I realized how important it is to have the National Front for Mayors, and it gathers mayors from all over the country, and I was a vice president for education of this front, and there were 3 women mayors at the time, and we often talked about something that was finally accomplished last week, and I'd like to say how happy I am to see that the National Front of Mayors has changed its name to include the female gender that we have in the Portuguese language for mayor. And this was very important. And we, women in administration roles, need to feel represented and respected. Our gender needs to be included. So, congratulations to FNP for that. And I also like to say how important the Institute's role is. Right after the election last year, I was invited. Well, I got this invitation that completely changed my uh, perspective of administration. My perspective before that was to work, of course, with education and cultural policy and human rights policies and policies for the development of the region. But when Michele from the Alzira Institute invited me to come to the COP, I finally realized that my desire to help develop my state and the Amazon region needed to include contributions to the area of environment and considerations of climate emergency. There is no other way to contribute to human life on Earth. There is no other way to try and reduce poverty and reduce inequalities. In order to do that, we need to include that. We need to be effective and active in mitigation policies, adaptation policies, adaptation to climate change. At the Congress, I started creating that based on this understanding and this motivation and this sense of urgency. As soon as I started my activities, I created with the support of 218 members of Congress the mixed Congress Front for Climate Justice. And this includes a central aspect of what was said here today, which is climate justice. We need to understand first that we have to overcome climate denial, which we often see in Brazilian Congress. It's completely absurd. We are no longer just trying to prevent chaos or urgency. We are living and witnessing extreme events in our country, not only in other countries, of incredible severe droughts. And at the same time, we have rain and cyclones in other states, and these extreme climatic events. So we're no longer talking about some potential. It's here. It's time to act. And as I always say, we need to act responsibly. We are responsible for human life on Earth. We are responsible for this planet that is our home. So we created that parliamentary front. I'm part of the environmental committee as well, that had four public hearings, two of them about carbon market, which I believe to be a fundamental tool to ensure the climate balance we want through zero deforestation, through incentives against deforestation. And here we have the Environmental Institute of the state of Acre represented here, and the secretary responsible for it knows, as you all know, that the way to ensure no deforestation is encouraging it. Banning it is no longer enough. Command and control led us to the situation we live today. When a country has command and control of no deforestation, when you have a state like the state of Acre that has its environmental institute, its environmental secretariat, you have agencies working jointly with the federal government. When you have all that, you reach 71% decrease in deforestation compared to the previous year. That's what we got in our state of Acre. And we will going to decrease it even further. Certainly. But this is not enough. Now, more than ever, we need to ensure development opportunities for the region. We cannot accept as normal to have 29 million of Brazilians who live in the Amazon, in the legal Amazon, and have a great part of these people living in situations that resemble the 18th century without basic sanitation, without proper living conditions. So now I was very happy to hear what President Lula said about just that. In order to ensure deforestation zero by 2030, we need to emphasize poverty reduction policies, funding and technology policies for new sustainable economies in the Brazilian Amazon. People don't deforest because they like it. People who live in that area don't burn their forests because they want to. There is a lot of technology in Brazil and the world to prevent that, to prevent those fires, forest fires, but we need to make these resources reach this region. So in this context, we had two hearings about carbon market.
Brazil currently has a bill that has been approved in the Senate to regulate carbon footprint, and this project is now being debated in the Congress. There, we need to work. I claim for everyone's support so that we It is very difficult to compete with the room next door, but let's carry on. Can we increase the volume? So I claim the civil society to follow up closer on this regulation in the Congress. We have also carried out a public hearing dealing with environmental education and another public hearing in the Environmental Commission dealing with food security, environmental racism, gender, and climate injustice in a broader sense. These 4 public hearings have had their reports published already, and in the material that we've distributed to you, you will be able to follow the QR code to read a detailed report of these 4 hearings. These were extraordinary contributions to the debate. More recently, after being elected the vice president of the Mixed Community for Climate Change in the Brazilian Congress, we've carried out another public hearing dealing with carbon markets. The results haven't yet been published, but evidently everyone who wants to can have the access to the Brazilian Congress webpage. Just to conclude, in these spaces of power, we need to guarantee, and I've tried to guarantee within the Congress, a dialogue, a productive dialogue amongst Congress people and the organized civil society, a dialogue between the Congress and the communities which are directly impacted by climate change. Dialogue is key. And at the same time, we need to jointly define, based on this dialogue, effective public policies focused on climate transition. This is our duty, and this is part of an ethics focused on our responsibility that I said we should have before. We need to act, and there is no more time to deliberate on themes that are common to all of us, not to us here, but the largest challenge of our generation. We will miserably fail if we cannot reverse, contain climate change that is affecting us. It is human life on Earth that is at risk, and each and every one of us should jointly seek, broadly seek, a debate among society. We need to overcome climate denialism without falling into the catastrophe thinking. We shouldn't be fearmongers. We need to spread information, spread knowledge, and spread strategies to act. We're all on the same boat. And in this room especially, we are all seeking fulfill with our responsibility that is imposed by the moment. Thank you very much. Thank you. I can see Josmar. And yesterday we were talking about this, and I believe that the Congress has an important role as much as the front, the National Front of Male and Female Women. So these public policies need to have mechanisms guaranteed, because it is difficult to tell how much money comes to a municipality when there is a catastrophe, but to prevent these catastrophes and not to fall into a catastrophe way of thinking, we need a much larger effort. And of course, we need to have a gender and race bias so that we can guarantee resources for that as well. This is a challenge to the Parliament, the National Front of Male and Female Mayors, so that we can advance on this. Just to close, I would like to thank the Mayor of Cobija for being here to conclude. She's going to give us a perspective that comes from the Amazon and from our Latin American neighboring cities that face very similar problems. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. To me, it's a pleasure and an honor to be next to so many leader women. Our Congresswoman, Socorro Neri, congratulations and congratulations on all your victories and everything you're doing. I hope that your career and your life are always blessed. We have several leaders here. Raquel, it is a pleasure to be right next to you. Congratulations for everything you've been doing and for being a woman in such an important space. Michele, it's a pleasure to be next to you. Congratulations for your work. And Amanda and Michele. That's right. Okay. And Samia. Forgive me for the mistakes. Well, and of course, the National Secretary of the Forums. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Ana Lucia Reis, and I am the mayor of Cobija, which is in the frontier of Brasileia and Topacolândia. So we are very close to Acre. I am a Bolivian Brazilian, and I am very happy to be here with all of you, talking about such an important theme, which is the climate change. I'm gonna speak Spanish. The translation stops here. We don't translate from Spanish. I apologize.
Justamente hablando de nuestra Amazonía. Qué importante para nosotros que ahora tenemos una red, un fórum de ciudades amazónicas, que el presidente es el prefeito de Belém do Pará, vicepresidencia do Peru y la segunda vicepresidencia, Cobija, que es un estado 100% amazónico. Y donde yo quiero contarles un poquito la experiencia de qué estamos haciendo nosotros para combatir un poquito todos estos problemas y estos efectos de los cambios climáticos. ¿Qué hacemos nosotros como prefeitura? Tenemos una empresa municipal de alimentos, que algunos diputados do Acre também já conheceram, eu vou esperar a senhora também lá. Nessa empresa de alimentos, nós damos valor agregado,
In this company, we add value and we transform all of the Amazonian products such as açaí, nuts, buriti, patuá. In Bolivia, we write açaí with an S because we don't have the C, the cedilha. And for 10 years, we've been promoting the açaí because in Bolivia, no one knew açaí. The only market we had for açaí was Brazil. And now we sell not only to Brazil, but to the entire of Bolivia. Sorry, she's mixing English. She's mixing Spanish and Portuguese.
Una economía, mejoren sus ingresos. ¿Y de qué manera mejoran sus ingresos? Cuando su producto, como la castaña, como el azaí y los otros productos de la Amazonía, hacen parte de un programa seguro. Entonces, ahora en Bolivia, después de todo este trabajo que venimos haciendo, el azaí hace parte del subsidio a la lactancia materna, como a la Bolsa Familia. Entonces, nuestros productos, ¿cómo garantizamos ingresos dentro de la Amazonía? Quando o nosso produto faz parte da Bolsa Família, porque é um dinheiro que está segurado, que todos os meses está assegurada essa grande quantidade de compra de produtos. Então, a Bolsa Família, merenda escolar. Mi municipio tiene 16.500 estudiantes. 16.500 estudiantes que todos los días comen a un producto de la Amazonía ya con su valor agregado. Galleta de castaña, refresco de azaí, sorvete, helado de azaí, de buriti, de patuá. Todo ese producto lo vamos transformando. Y también firmamos un convenio con La Paz, que es la capital, donde hay 138,000 estudiantes, donde también en los días especiales tiene una merienda amazónica. Entonces, si todos los países amazónicos empezamos a poner nuestros productos, deputada, dentro dos programas do Estado, Então, imagina a quantidade de recursos que vai estar gerando dentro da Amazônia. Porque você não pode falar para a pessoa que mora dentro da floresta que não pode derrubar uma árvore se você
We
não...
cannot say for those who live inside the forest that they cannot cut a tree if you can't show them that keeping a standing tree, you will be making a lot more. All year long, you will have something to sell, nuts, a whole year of açaí, a whole year of buriti, 6 months of patuá. So in this manner, we can conserve our forest. This is the experience we've got. I would invite everyone to get to know Cobija. When I was a congresswoman, we've created a law to guarantee that nuts receive subsidies. But we have one problem. It is important to know, and this is also true in Brazil. We need to foster communication. The entire country should know why we should consume açaí. It prevents Alzheimer's, several diseases. She's back on Spanish now.
Informando por qué nuestros productos de la selva amazónica son importantes para el ser humano, por qué tienen que ser consumidas y de verdad cómo están garantizando el ingreso económico para toda la Amazonia. Entonces, quería eso contarles nuestra experiencia. Para mí un gusto estar acá. Gracias por invitarnos a ser parte de esta reunión. Qué gusto encontrar a muchos amigos, deputada, e a todos vocês, meus amigos aqui que a gente está se encontrando sempre. Para mim é realmente importante isso de ver que nós estamos na luta.
It is truly important to see that we are in the struggle and that there has been an advancement. The Amazon is not for agribusiness.
La Amazonia, sus tierras son aptas para conservarlas y la Amazonia nos garantiza nuestra economía diaria. Por eso no podemos enterrar, quemar, tumbar nuestra economía y nuestro futuro para todas las siguientes generaciones. Sin bosque no hay vida, porque sin bosque no hay ganadería, no hay agricultura, no hay nada, se acaba el agua y no hay nada. Así que conservemos el bosque. Un grande abrazo para todos ustedes, que Dios bendiga a cada uno de nosotros y que nuestro trabajo sea exitoso y que logremos realmente todo lo que nos proponemos. Un abrazo para todos y muchas gracias.
Bom, muito obrigada, prefeita.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think that the mayor is very inspiring, and this has the power to very powerfully convert what climate justice means in people's lives. This international debate with loads of English acronyms, which sometimes is very difficult to understand. They make no sense when we talk about quality foods, foods on people's tables, foods that are based on the forest vocation, access to land, agrarian reform, decent lives and livelihoods, basic sanitation. So I think the mayor has touched upon several topics that are indeed how the population live the climate debate on a day-to-day. We thank you very much for how powerful this panel was. Women are not just victims of climate justice. We are the bearers of solution to problems that they haven't created. So let's be attentive to these perspectives. Thank you all very much. And a special thank you again to the National Fronts of Male and Female Women, Perifa Sustentável Program, and the Peripheries Dialogue with the Ministry of Citizenship. Just a photo, so please don't leave. Thank you very much.
Bom dia a todas e a todos. Uma honra muito
Good
grande.
morning to everyone. It's a great honor to be here with you, debating a very important theme that has become part of the COP agenda but goes beyond it, which is climate justice and its relation to democracy and a deepening of the democracy in Brazil in the climate context. I am honored to share this panel with Maria José Pacheco Zezé, who is a leader who participates in Comitiva da Anistia and also Vozes Negras pelo Clima, and Samala Satare Mawe, a leadership from an indigenous community, Marina Marçal, who is diplomatic head for the C40 cities. She is getting here. She is finishing the moderation of another panel. She'll be here shortly. And we will probably have someone else from Vozes Negras pelo Clima as a part of this panel. People are arriving. I am Lívia. I am an executive secretary for Iniciativa para uma Atuação para a Amazônia. And I am honored to share this panel with another organization that is not represented here, but that helped elaborate this panel, Amaranta Tecnologia. Our conversation here is of about an hour, so we'll have some guiding questions, but I hope we have the opportunity to interact with you with questions and interactions with Samia, Zeze, and Marina, and whoever else is here. We imagined a conversation based on exploring how Zeze, Samila, and Maria live the relationship between climate justice, deepening of democracy, human rights, and we'll also talk about how indigenous peoples, traditional communities, and vulnerable groups can and should be a part of negotiations in the scope of COP, but also should be included in the elaboration of policies in themes such as environment, human rights, and democracy. And how do we go beyond forests? And this was a challenge brought about by Samela. How can we think about democracy and climate change, also including cities and the relationship between cities and forests, and also between seas and forests? So I'd like to start with Zezé, and I'd like her to talk about this relationship between democracy, climate, and human rights. And how do you, Zezé, and the people you represent have been approaching this relationship? Because we know that in Brazil and in other parts of the world, we are experiencing an aggravation of vulnerabilities and a weakening of democracy. So I'd like to listen to you and listen to your view over this question. Good morning, I'm Zezé Pacheco. I am part of Collective Main, which is a collective of Black women of Bahia. I'm also part of the Pastoral Council of Fishermen and Fisherwomen, with work with fishing and quilombola communities in Bahia, and I'm part of the Vozes pelo Clima network, which is a network of Black women that has been challenged to whistleblow on the environmental racism that we experience, and also get involved in policy making at the subnational, national, and global levels. I think it's important to make this relationship between democracy and environmental racism, along with the climate issue. This is the reason why our network exists, to make these connections that allow us to explore these inequalities and also overcome these realities. Democracy in Brazil is still very fragile. The democracy is incomplete, and we can say that we are living a drastic moment of threaten to this democracy with the previous government, but we are living in Brazil a successive cycle of threats to democracy. And we need to fight against that by deepening societal participation. If we think that we are a country that was created with the Portuguese invasion, and that this invasion was based on extractivism, colonization, slavery, violence, sexism, and patriarchy as a means to politically operate, and violence and domination of peoples was a modus operandi to guarantee the dominion and the appropriation of natural resources on a logic of wealth exports and domination of the locals. So our republic started with a military dictatorship and a population that struggled to have a republic were out of this government. When the republic was founded, Black men, women, and enslaved people were left out. Who could participate in this democracy? Only men who were rich and had possessions. So from the beginning, our democracy was marked by these inequalities. So that's why we're still fighting for the participation of women in spaces of power. Every time in the Brazilian society that we stand up and try and transform something, we go through a process of coup. That was true for the Estado Novo, the dictatorship of 64, and also in this period of government when President Dilma suffered a coup and President Lula was arrested. In this sense, we think about democracy as something that is relative, and it doesn't reach Black populations, women, peripheral communities, traditional communities, fishery communities, quilombolas, and etc. Another element is racism. If slavery has put the Black population in a place of inhumanity back in the day, nowadays racism keeps us in that place. Black people being killed doesn't catch the society's attention, and it is even justified by some. In Salvador, 102 young Black people were killed by the military police in September. And this ends up justifying a deep environmental crime, such as the Samarco and Valley crime with the breakage of the dam in Mariana, which let out millions of tons of reject onto the River Doce, destroying the livelihoods of several peoples and communities, as well as the environment and ecosystems. And this company was never made accountable. The population that lived through this experience was criminalized by the company, which is unacceptable. When we think about environmental racism, this is what allows that peripheral populations suffer with flooding and with disasters. This population is treated differently. The majority of the population being impacted by these extreme climate events, even though they are not responsible for them, they are the ones that suffer the most. So the question remains, who is going to suffer with these huge impacts? Black people, women. Who is going to remain in the territory when the territory is degraded? With very few conditions of livelihood because they have a connection to the territory. Well, mainly Black women. So This is how we see the relationship between democracy, racism, and these communities. When we talk about just transition, what does that mean? These communities don't have free will to say, I do not want a wind park in my territory that could degrade my territory. These communities are not included in the decisions of this so-called just transition. So there are several things to put forth, but I'll stop here. We'll go back to you and we will talk about participation and how we imagine new political spaces. But I think some very important elements were brought by you in relation to our history, our trajectory as a country, and mainly those who will suffer the impacts of the so-called just transition. Samela, could you please talk about the same question? How do you see the relationship between democracy, climate, and human rights from the indigenous people's experience? Good morning, everyone. My name is Samela, and I am an indigenous person of the Sasarewa Maué people. I am from Manaus in the Amazon, north of Brazil. I am a young advocate, a biologist, and an indigenous communicator. I have been present in this spaces since COP26, and I was still graduating, but now I am graduated, and I was able to through the quota policy. Talking about democracy and indigenous peoples, we are on an ongoing democratic process whereby we're trying to build Brazil's new policy. We're going through a transition in which some promises were made during the political campaign. For the first time, we have a ministry for the indigenous peoples with Sonia Guajajara as the minister. We have indigenous participation in the National Foundation of Indigenous Peoples with Yapshana. But we think about this process as a process where we're building something. It is relatively new. But when we talk about climate justice and environmental racism, we have to take the indigenous peoples into consideration, as well as riparian communities, quilombola communities, who suffer with environmental racism. It is a new debate for us, indigenous peoples. We have been suffering from environmental racism for a long time, but it is a new word, such as advocacy, greenwashing, these new words that we don't quite understand. And it is difficult for us, indigenous peoples and people that live in our territories, yes, suffer environmental racism, and that we are the first ones to be impacted by climate change within our territories. We are at the base. We suffer the consequences of droughts, fires, lack of food, lack of air. We are the first ones to suffer with all of this because we are at the base of everything. We are having a COP28 talking about climate change, but in Brazil and within our territories, we could mention a number of events that are environmental racism and that should be debated beyond big agreements and oil exploration. No, we need to talk about the mitigation in our territories. What are we going to do to fight the drought in the territories? How are scientists going to explain that those droughts are normal? To us, that is not normal. How can we explain the increase in fires in these territories? How are scientists going to explain the rains that happen in the south? In my territory, it's been dry for a very long time, but droughts are not normal. I don't know if you've seen, of course, the majority of you are from Brazil, but I don't know if you've seen about the great droughts in the state of the Amazon. And a lot of fish died due to the lack of oxygen and due to the temperature of the water. The water is so hot that animals can't live. How are you going to explain to an indigenous person or a riparian person that this is the consequence of actions that we didn't cause, but we are paying for it? Why is this happening? Inside our tribes, we don't see what happens in the world. Inside the tribe, we don't have information about what great big leaders are doing. We don't know what agreements are being signed so that these climate changes are stopped or that effective measures are put in place. No, we face the consequences. We are not in the debates. We are not closing any deals. But fish are lacking, flowers lacking. There's no beiju. There's no food. We can't move because rivers are our main waterways. We know this happens, but we don't know why and where it comes from. This is all characterized as environmental racism because our populations are the ones suffering the effects of these changes.
And we're not participating in this discussion, but this, you don't see anyone talking about environmental racism, but lots of talk about climate justice this, climate justice that. But before we reach that, we have to mitigate environmental racism and also social environmental racism, because it includes the situation of the outskirts of city, not just our biome, but social environmental issues that must be taken into consideration. So when we have power outages, when we don't have access to water, to education, to higher education, we can't get proper education. These are social environmental issues that must be taken into consideration when we talk about environmental racism and climate justice, and we want to be at the center of this debate. We brought a manifesto of Brazilian indigenous peoples where we state that there is an indigenous emergency because we understand that what we're going through is assassination of Pataxó, death of Yanomami, of Kiowa, the environmental crisis in the Yanomami territory, exploiting illegal extractivism in Uyupu and Kayapó. All this needs to be taken into consideration. We cannot ignore the illegal extraction of oil in Amapá. This needs to be discussed here. It needs to be talked about because agreements are signed by companies, by the government, but riparian and indigenous communities are the ones feeling the effects, the results of these agreements. They depend on fishing, hunting, on climate, on understanding when the rainy season will start and end. We rely on climate. We depend on that. If we don't have access to climate information, we won't be able to grow our food or to fish. Otherwise, we're going to have to eat processed food. And this needs to be taken into consideration when we talk about environmental racism and climate justice. Thank you, Samia. You brought up some important aspects. I think in the next round, we're going to be able to cover at least a bit of what you mentioned, of what's happening in indigenous lands. And I think the traditional indigenous knowledge is part of this debate and should be. And this is very relevant. So now I'd like to call another panelist. We're still waiting for Marília Marçal, but I'd like to call Mônica from Black Voices for Climate Network. Please use this microphone.
Mas fique à vontade para conversar também alguns pontos sobre essa questão.
So I'd like to know your views on what we are discussing here and what points you would like to bring up and what you can say about how we strengthen our struggle, thinking about reducing inequality, and with the point of view of the Black community. Hello, everyone. I'm Monica, representing Warrior Women group. I'm a Black woman. I'm wearing this headpiece with a lot of colors. I'm wearing earrings and I have my credential and I'm wearing jeans and um, trainers. This is my audio description because we have one member who needs audio description because she has low vision and low eyesight, and we do that. We describe what we're wearing, what we look like, to help these people. And I'm here representing traditional communities of what we call the candomblé terreiros. And I'm a practitioner of this tradition, and the agendas don't include us. They do not include practitioners of candomblé. They reach Christian women, women of other religious groups, but we're not even considered a religious group in the candomblé. And we don't feel represented in any space because including Black people is not enough. We have specificity. For example, when you have an agenda for public policies for indigenous peoples or laws and rights for Black people, rather, we include indigenous peoples, but it doesn't work the other way around because they don't recognize themselves. And in the last presidential administration, racism got worse because not only we feel the presence of environmental racism, but also there was an intensification of violence against our candomblé centers because we have a high concentration of Black people and we suffer racism within our own segments. So when we talk about public policies, it's as if it didn't include the candomblé centers. So it's a great victory to be here at the COP, to be a member of the network that listened to me. They heard my voice because I suffer environmental racism. We have floodings in our territory. We have public health issues, violence issues, and there are no policies for them. And as our comrade said, how do you explain that? We need to be in decision-making spaces, but we suffer violence in our territories. If it's not from the police or the government, it's from bandits or people who practice religious intolerance. We don't have the right to express our faith, and we need nature in order to express our faith because our candomblé centers, they are healing spaces, and we need nature to perform our rituals and our activities. And beyond the issue of racism, they give us horrible PR, and so we suffer doubly, not only racial with racial issues, but also religious prejudice. So whenever there are legislations, yeah, it includes me because I'm a Black woman, but we always have to emphasize uh, formally the fact that we need protection as well. So it has happened that I couldn't participate in a human rights council because my religious practice is not considered legitimate. So how can we talk about public policies in our spaces if we're not allowed in those spaces? So women, our children, the youth in our community, they have to face issues of hunger, of prejudice. Because of their race, they have no access to services, but also when that includes the religious element, it's even worse. For example, if an indigenous person dresses in the traditional costume, they are welcome everywhere. But this doesn't happen for candomblé practitioners. So we have structural prejudice against us. So when we discuss environmental racism, for example, when one of our centers is flooded, we lose our documents and our belongings. The feeling is that we cannot demand equal rights because we're always excluded from those debates. So this needs to be reviewed, even though there are some laws that protect us, quote unquote. Minister Anieli, for example, is trying to promote equal rights through some directives and norms to protect us, but that's not enough in this very comprehensive topic of environmental racism that white people are often not even familiar with. They say we just like to complain, to play the role of the victim, and when we have flooding, when we have dumps of violence, our territories are the ones that suffer the most. So this is our situation.
Nossos, várias questões importantes aqui, mas
So there are many important topics that were raised here,
que temos, né, enquanto
but I
grupos,
see how interdependent we are as groups that are diverse and have their own specificities, and this is very important for the Black and Indigenous movements. I want to hear what you have to say, but I'd like to merge the two questions here so you can answer them. And I see it makes a lot of sense to put them together because I think we've moved beyond discussing the fact that diversity should be included in public policies. But what we see a lot is that people say that diversity is not considered in designing and implementing public policy. So let's do another round to hear how you think we can move forward in real participation of the groups you represent in the design, implementation of public policies, and how we deal with different landscapes for the Amazon. This is a very important topic. So we're talking about a territory that is very urban, even though it does have, of course, a forest, but it has a great urban area, and this demands different and diverse responses from civil society, the government. So, because Brazil's emissions are closely related to deforestation, I think we are seen as a country that worries about forests. But when we talk about the Amazon, we also have an important urban context that must be taken into consideration. So how we can get more participation in decision making and the creation of public policies, and also how we can think of our development with our democracy that recently was at risk, but now is back on track. Well, I'd like to say that environmental racism is this idea that some populations and some people will be sacrificed and that the brunt of the impact will be on them. And the fact that these populations are not allowed to actually participate in defining environmental and structural policies. So I'd like to go back to this topic and just bring another element because it connects to participation. So according to a report published by the World Bank, climate change could lead from 800 people to 1 million people to extreme poverty by 2030. Who will be these people? Extreme events cause loss of 13 billion reals, $12.6 billion a year on average. Another element is that in 2023 will is the hottest year, was the hottest year in 125 years. And who are the people who cannot ensure their welfare and their health in these conditions? We ask ourselves. And something that is connected to human rights is the fact that at least 358 advocates were killed, and many worked with protection of the land, quilombolas, indigenous peoples, and we are second in this list. This was created by the Disasters Observatory. I said that between December 21 and May 22, there were 475 emergency situations. My state, Bahia, was leader, followed by Pernambuco, Maranhão, so the northeastern region mainly, and the rains affected more than 53,000 houses with great damage and destruction. And most of these people affected are Black people from the cities, and from how the process is developed of civil defense, of how these people are treated. These populations face hostile situations after they lose everything they have. So this shows how important this is, because we think that progress is being made, and because of our social movements, we are here at the COP, and everyone's saying how diverse this COP is. It's the most diverse edition, but we have to go beyond the symbolic level. We need to participate in decision making. We need to help make decisions, and we need to influence negotiations. So we need to build our effective participation during the creation of funds, and who will have access to these funds. I'm talking about mitigation and adaptation funds and the policies surrounding them. And if we bear the brunt of climate change, we need to be a part of the solution. In negotiation, in rounds of negotiation, we hear the talk that the market will be the defining element and needs to be included in the debate, but we don't agree. We think the population, the different peoples and women who should be included in this conversation. And why is that? Because they are the ones that ensure the conservation of climate. The possibility for a future lies in traditional communities. So all this process of regularization of territories, participation of population, and and this leads to ensuring our future, ensuring these people's livelihoods. And we'll only be able to do that if we are present in decision making, which includes participating on a national level in decision making for policies, but also internationally, like being at a COP today. And I just like to remember to say something in the memory of Quilombola Maria, who was assassinated while she was protecting nature. So we have lots of quilombolas, uh, fishers, people who are sacrificing their bodies. Their bodies mingle with nature, and these are the populations that have solutions, and they need to have effective participation in all moments of the construction of these policies. Thank you, Zezé. We from the Black Voices Network have published a report about the reality of our territory, and we even came up with 12 proposals. 12 is 3 times 4, even religiously, it's an important number. And we have been saying that we need to ensure the regulation of territories as a means to ensure the future of the climate. So we need to make indigenous quilombolas territories regular. This is an important step. So in the case of Brazil, we should make quilombos regular, and this would be a good mitigation policy. And we also need to ensure effective participation of these groups, women, black people, quilombolas, in creation of national and international policies. And we need to have effective participation in the loss and damage fund. I chose 3 items here, and the same is being done in the other group. And thank you for your attention. Thank you. We, as members of a vulnerable population, indigenous people, quilombolas, etc., we very easily become a bargaining chip in negotiations, but we keep biomas standing. I'm not talking about just the Amazon, because that includes all the 6 biomas of Brazil. We'll talk a lot about the Amazon because that's what comes to mind, because it's one of the 3 greatest rainforests in the world. But we often forget that we have other biomes in Brazil that are very important to keep the balance. We have Caatinga, the Brazilian savanna, the rainforest, and others. We have indigenous people who depend on, for example, on the sea, on fishing to survive. We need to think of that when we talk about the Amazon, and we need to think about that, because the Amazon is not the only place where we feel the impact of climate change. The state of Bahia in the northeast suffers the impacts. Even indigenous peoples living in the south of the country, many lost their homes. They are suffering with the effects. I come from the northern region, so I talk about my Amazon, but I have to defend also other indigenous peoples who cannot uh, be heard because they don't come from the Amazon. But it's important to consider all the biomes. Our struggle is a collective struggle. It's not like each people in their territory. No, we have a collective struggle, and we need to move on to a mitigation initiative because our peoples have been violated, made invisible. We never participated in the creation of policies in Brazil. Until very recently, we were under the custody of the government. I hear stories from my mom, from my grandmother about what happened during the military government and the dictatorship. We are still suffering violence, and it's so hard to go through this. And people who represent us and even our population, they don't know us and don't recognize us. We don't recognize ourselves as a people. We don't recognize the importance of quilombos, of candomblé centers, of indigenous lands. We are more than 300 indigenous peoples. I speak one language, but the other 305 don't. We are diverse, multiple, and we're present in every state. And being at the university is part of the deconstruction I'm talking about and a political decision. Now we are occupying an international space, so leaving the country, crossing an ocean is a political matter. People say, oh, you have indigenous people going to university using mobiles and they speak Portuguese. That's what they say, but we're trying to deconstruct those ideas every day. Even the word indigenous is an example of that. We're not Indians, we are indigenous peoples who are the originary people of a place. Actually, the word comes from the colonialist point of view. They decided to call us that. And we said, no, you're not going to call that. We have our different ethnic groups, many indigenous peoples in our Brazil. And it's important that we are present in the spaces so that you can uh, know who we are. I come from the Amazon, but we are not present only in the Amazon. We're present in all biomes in Brazil. And I said that we very easily turned into bargaining chips because that's what sells. Even our governors say, oh, we have the biggest forest in the world. We want to participate in the debate. But what are you doing to preserve what you've got? What are you doing apart from uh, approving bills, passing bills that harm our territories? Now we have a new government, but we have the executive, judiciary, and legislative branches that are genocides. The time frame thesis for indigenous lands is being voted and they don't want us to discuss it at the COP, the Marco Temporal. So all the vetoes to explore territories, exclusive use or access to isolated indigenous peoples, this is all on the agenda and they will become a law and they need to be discussed and they are about to be voted in Brazil. And they are waiting for the COP to end to make it legal to explore indigenous lands. And this must be discussed because stop selling the idea of zero deforestation because Congress people are voting for these bills that will harm our territories. approving the right to destroy our territories. Please allow me to read the manifesto of indigenous peoples that we read to President Lula yesterday. We decree indigenous emergency. We cannot negotiate rights, demarcation law. We've created the indigenous emergency to show the results of devastating results of the crisis. We decided to remain alive. The Bolsonaro administration forced us to mobilize and face another genocide against our peoples. Despite several advances, we are always under threat. Our dignity is harmed, and now we decree an indigenous emergency. It was never just a virus. We have to face structural racism and racism from the state. Stop killing us, invasions, killings, threats, violation of rights, colonial attitudes that kept on existing even after the dictatorship ended. We need to face killings against LGBTQ indigenous, and we need to keep our territories, and we need to preserve our lives, culture, and the planet. We cannot negotiate rights. The timeframe thesis for the demarcation of indigenous lands represents a serious threat. The bill and the proposals of the timeframe thesis and other bills that attempt to invade our territories are examples of unofficial genocide policy. Congress people are defending interests of big landowners and invaders of our lands.
Mining is a space that is legalizing the genocide of indigenous peoples. The time frame thesis shows how the indigenous rights are an exchange currency. Since 2016, the democratic state has been destroyed. The first legal, political, and mediatic coup over President Dilma, and then the victory of Bolsonaro. The far right has now in the Congress the strength to challenge the executive and judiciary branches, approving unconstitutional laws according to their own interests. APIB leads the strengthening of the candidacy of indigenous women. The Indigenous Caucus has strengthened our political spaces of fight that need to happen within the Congress. The Ministry of Indigenous Peoples and the nomination of indigenous leaderships to positions in the executive are very important. Sonia Guajajara and Joania Wapchana are examples of these. The election of President Lula was a collective conquest. However, the electoral context relied on a broad alliance that united progressive and anti-indigenous fronts. Congress people are sponsored by national and international corporations that want to destroy the indigenous rights. The caucuses of cattle, weapons, and Bible are conservative and anti-indigenous. Brazilian politicians own 96,000 hectares that are either on indigenous territories or have overlaps with these territories. There is a lot of land for very few farmers. So it was never just COVID-19. The genocide project against indigenous peoples carries on and puts our survival at risk. Our future depends on the demarcation of indigenous territories and the guarantee of the possession of our territories. We demand differentiated public policies such as education and health and respect to the legislation that demands that indigenous history should be taught at public schools. We need to win against the ruralist powers in the Congress and define new ways for the country. There will be no country without indigenous people. Let the people know that we won't stop. Thank you, Samela. We have another 15 minutes of debate, but I wanted to reinforce the questions that I asked Samela and Zezé to you as well. I know Marina is nearly here, so she'll have a few minutes to speak. What I was going to say, Zezé has already covered. Zezé, you stole my topics. Of course, we are part of the same network, and the topics such as the death of Mãe Bernadette was something I was going to touch upon. But now, talking about environmental racism, gender racism, and inequalities, there are some points I would like to mention that are present in our document. Disasters are not natural. What is deciding on extreme weather conditions is humanity and how we are preparing and responding to this urgency. Black women are those who are the most affected by this because generally they are submitted to underemployment and other things that are beyond what we can do. And I put myself in this position. Women that live in communities and who have Afro-descending religions and who have to go through the difficulties of structural racism, environmental racism, and violence that we have to face every day, mainly due to the lack of rights.
Que foi perguntado aqui e que a Zezé também colocou.
And a question was posed, and I would like to propose participation in our municipal councils so that our voice is heard. We need to pose our opinion. We need to represent our communities, even though it's very difficult to get into these spaces due to prejudice and the persecution we suffer. One of the solutions, in my opinion, is to become a part of these spaces closer to our territories so that we can start our work in the municipalities. In order to get high, we need to start at the base. We need to mobilize our peoples. We need to raise awareness. We need to build resilience within our communities so that our voices can be heard. I will take this opportunity. I believe I was wrong and I apologized as well to Samela because I said something. Black women and indigenous women are allied in this struggle. And just to close, because the majority of things have been said, in order for us to have representation, we need to be within these spaces of dialogue. We are made invisible. And even though I am an Afro-religion woman, I am at the COP, I am part of a network, I am made invisible in my territory. And when we start appearing, when we start protesting, we are threatened through violence. They silence us by the power of strength, whether killing us, whether threatening us, so that our voices are not heard. Zezé has already said everything that our organization does, so I finish my intervention here. Thank you. Very good. I would like then to echo this manifesto and Samela. Everything you said was great. Marina Marçal, welcome. You're here for the final 15 minutes of our panel. You will have to share the mic, I'm sorry. But we're going to open up for the questions, but I'd like to give you 5 minutes so that we can have 10 minutes of debate. Can you please talk a little bit about your work as the diplomatic head at the C40 cities? And of course, also in relation to all the movements that you are involved. Thank you, and I apologize for my delay. I was moderating another panel and it was very late and it took me a while to get here, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity of being here to discuss justice in climate and reduction of inequalities, not just because I work with this, but firstly, because I'm also an advocate and a Black woman that is very glad to share this panel with other Black women. Above all, to discuss climate justice, and I believe everybody must have said this, we need to talk about financing so that these people are allowed to be here. I've carried out a campaign to support Black people that needed to be in this space. We had 10 young people and 8 came. I'm very happy to see Rafaela here. She was one of these incredible voices. And just to remind you, the slogan for Brazil is a Brazil united for diversity and seeking sustainability. And we can't talk about that without financing. The Brazilian government has been talking about more than 3,000 institutions registered with the government. I am here for the first time with my pink badge, but it's not just that. We need to finance these voices. And as an advocate, I wanted to convey this message. And fairly quickly, I just want to talk about the C40 cities work. Right, so the C40 cities works with more than 100 mayors all over the world, with the largest cities in the world. We only work with cities that have more than 15 million inhabitants. Jorge Viana is here, I think. Jorge, we need to talk to the Brazilian government, not just to register us, but to finance us as well. Thank you for being here. Sorry, Virgílio, not Flavio. These are the brothers, the influencer brothers. So just talking about C40 again, we work with cities that have more than 15 million inhabitants. Our co-chair is Mayor Ivoniak Sawa from Freetown, Sierra Leone, Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, and of course, Mayor Eduardo Paes was previously registered to C40 cities, where he spoke in another room. The C40 cities network is committed to help cities because extreme weather events happen in cities first. So mayors are the first respondents. And that's why we're working with this target public. We are very focused in providing scientific data to help implement climate justice at the local level, building resilience in the cities where we work. This is the example from Freetown. They have the goal of planting more than 1 million trees, and we have already planted more than 500,000. Phoenix has worked with different paving. This is the city of Wuhan. Imagine if this happened in São Paulo. C40 cities has been talking about planting trees in the parks and creating sponge cities to deal with urban heat. We have some very interesting projects like this, and we'll have to discuss this with Rio, I'm sure. Now, talking about São Paulo and Salvador, which are large Brazilian cities with which we have been working, and our objective is to help cities reduce climate risks. This week, we're going to be launching a water accelerator. Of course, water is a very important issue. Briefly, I'd like to talk about green employment. This came from a hearing process with the cities to generate employment that benefited local communities and always having a perspective of gender and intersectionality, which is very important to me. My department is with external engagement, but we also work with the inclusion department. These are some of the wider objectives we have, the green jobs and the prioritization that mayors can bring to that. In 2018, C40 cities will launched the campaign to foster green jobs. By 2030, we aim at opening up thousands of them. So you've heard in this panel what climate justice is, and our largest commitment is to generate interest in climate justice actions in cities, knowing that cities are some of the main voices in this sense. Now, about just transition, we need to deal with racism, sexism, poverty. Brazil will be the seat of the G20 next year, will be in the presidency, and the fight against poverty and hunger is some of the priorities for the presidency. We know that a lot of people will be unemployed with the transition, and we all know who, so we shouldn't leave anyone behind, as says the President of the European Union. These are some initiatives that we have been supporting. Michele is here and she'll be able to talk about this. The mayor of Bogota is a great partner. We have taken ahead the electrification and transportation in Bogota. So who are these jobs going to be for? If the majority of the community are Black women, we are fostering jobs for this population. This is a beautiful project, and this idea has now been planted in the city administration of Rio and Campo Grande. We will have Black women in Campo Grande being qualified to drive electric buses in the suburbs of Rio. Our general objective is to unlock more than 3 trillion of a gap that we need in terms of climate financing for cities. Only 9% are focused on adaptation. Rio and São Paulo are going to be the co-chairs of Urban 20, which is associated to the G20. And that's it. So I'm here. If you want to talk to me in parallel, I'll be around. Yesterday, we launched a project with support of the Scottish government. We have been discussing losses and damages. I regret that we're not taking this discussion ahead. And now Brazil is focusing on adaptation a bit more, and I'm happy for that. I hope that with the amount of lives that we are losing, just as in the Taylor Swift concert that showed this clearly, make something change. Let's just be reminded that the rains will come and we'll have to rebuild. These are the damages, but the losses, the lives lost, this is an irreparable element. And us that work with climate justice, we need to put this in the center of everything we do. I'm available, and I apologize again for being late, but I am very happy to be here with you. And let's continue this exchange. I'm very happy for so many Black voices are here. But when I normally don't talk for free, but when I heard that Amnesty was bringing a panel of Black women, I volunteered. So I hope my points have helped this panel. So thank you very much. Thank you, Marina. I'm very happy that you were here. I'll leave the microphone for you to answer questions. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions if these are objective questions, and the answers will have to be objective as well. Yes? Back there, and 2. That's it. We can't go on after that. Hi, I'm Camila Aragão. I'm a Black woman, fat woman, and I'm wearing my white dress representing my religion. And I have my badge from Voices Negras pelo Clima. And my question goes to Mônica. What can you say in terms of what has been done to protect Afro-descending religions against racism, racism against our rituals and against our religion. What do you think's been done? What could be done to protect religions, and what could be done to adapt spaces? And still in this scope, I would like to ask our indigenous colleague, Samela, considering the protection of these ancestral practices, what can you say that has been going on? How can we exchange some information here so we can take this to our territories, to our experiences in Black communities? Thank you. Second question, and then we'll offer the floor to Carla. Good morning. My name is Olavo. I am a Black man wearing a white shirt with the logo Voices of Tocantins. I'm 22 years old. I am from Tocantins. And I don't have a question so much, it's more a comment. I'm very happy to hear all these incredible women talking about such important topics. And one thing that caught my eye was what Samela said. You said we should talk about all biomes. And I am an inhabitant of the Cerrado biome, or the Brazilian savanna. Cerrado is being sacrificed for other biomes, and we need to understand that all biomes are important. So I just wanted to remind everyone that the Cerrado is there. The Cerrado is alive. The water that springs from Cerrado is important to everyone. Cerrado connects all the other biomes, and we feel that there is a lack of attention to this biome. I am very happy to have been a part of the PP Cerrado, and I was very glad to see that this biome starts seeing to be seen, but we are a long way away from what we need. It is still seen as something that works in favor of capitalism, which is the system that kills us. So we need to think about climate justice and democracy, but before that, we need to think about the people and traditional communities that live in these biomes, such as the Brazilian savanna and others. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will start with Samela and then I'll close with you and Monica. 30 seconds, otherwise they'll kick us out. Just wanted to thank you for the questions and for the time you allowed us to have. I'll talk about ancestral sacred knowledge. We always say that the future is ancestral because we can't talk about science and technology without remembering what is sacred, what are the so-called encantados or enchanted, and what we believe in, the beings that inhabit our bodies and our territories. We live through our territories, and whenever the indigenous peoples bring this to the debate, I know each people has their own ancestrals, their own sacred, and my people believe in a sacred ancestral being, and I know other people believe in other sacred beings that guide our lives, guide our past, present, and future, and our entire society, our ways of organizing ourselves. This needs to be taken into consideration because indigenous sacred knowledge and ancestral sacred knowledge that comes from traditional communities need to be inserted in this debate. If it weren't for our culture, our language, and our identity, and what we believe in, what unites us, we wouldn't be fighting for the common good. It is not just a piece of land. It never is a piece of land. We have our ancestrals, we have our sacred territories, we have people that came before us and who are in our territories, but who are here with us. Because whenever we speak, we don't speak for ourselves only. We bring the voices of our ancestrals who are walking with us every day. And this is our quote unquote religion. This is what we believe in. This is what we want to bring into our debates. It's not just the physical, but the spiritual world, whatever is sacred, whatever is ancestral. Sorry for the long answer, but We are creating a platform of traditional indigenous knowledge called Plataforma dos Povos Indígenas, or the Indigenous Peoples Platform, and all indigenous peoples are contributing, including the Brazilian peoples, so that we can subsidize scientists on how we can mitigate the effects of climate change. So thank you. I like to always mention all biomes because they are important to the global balance. And thank you very much. Now, Monica, we will have more time in the corridor, so please be brief and objective. Yes, just to complement what Samila said, I also bring with me the African ancestral knowledge and sacred, because without nature, there are no orishas, which are the gods of traditional African religion. We need to keep our medicine, our knowledge. Nowadays, they talk about agroecology, and that came from us. This is what we bring into our spaces. So it's a space for healing. It's to do what we've always done. And that got lost due to the livelihood in cities. We end up losing our spaces. I'm happy to have my quilombo, my little piece of land inside a large city. So what I have to offer as knowledge is what I bring from my ancestrals, the practices that we've always done and carry on doing to the present day. Marina, please, 10 seconds. I'll be very brief. You were talking about faith, and when I talked about the women Vozes Negras pelo Clima, there was a question on valuing faith, and this is what I said. There wasn't a lot of stimuli, but I was hoping that these networks would naturally be born. And we have talked about fossil fuels, but this is the first COP that is formally including the theme of faith in the discussions. This is the first COP that talks about health, which is something we were very delayed in talking about. So let's see what comes out. Let's see what will be announced from this COP. And to the colleague from Tocantins that talked about Cerrado, the federal government has been working from a very strategic perspective. We're not giving attention uniquely to the Amazon, but of course the Amazon is the largest tropical forest and couldn't get to a situation where this was irreparable. Of course, the government knows about deforestation in the Cerrado. We know that it has gone down in the Amazon, but increased in Cerrado. And I know that's the next step. Maranhão has all three biomes, Cerrado, Caatinga, and the Amazon, or backland, tropical forest, and savanna. So I hope the next step is to work with Cerrado. Shirley Krenak from Minas, and I worked with these women a lot. She also talks about the ancestral perspective and from a different biome. She says the River Doce is not just a river, it is the grandfather of all rivers. When you lose a river, then you're not just losing biodiversity, you're losing a dear entity. So this connects to your question, to the question of the other colleague, and with what Samela said. Thank you all. Zeze, I think we'll have to close. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words. We need to close. Just to align and to echo, we are not just talking about forests. We're not just talking about biomes. We have the swamps that capture carbon, generate life, and traditional peoples and women have not just knowledge, but an ancestral intelligence of a well-being that will guarantee the future of life for the generations to come. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, you all. Thank you.
Tá bom, pode, tranquilo.